Once again, good morning, everybody. Are we ready to do this? I think we are. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for our Street Machine classes. We're going to put Street Machine C in lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine Charlie, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine B, that'd be Street Machine Bob. You can start making your way to the staging lanes as well. We'll take Street Machine Bob to lanes 3 and 4. And Street Machine A, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. So we're making the call for all of our Street Machine classes. Charlie to lanes 1 and 2, Bob to lanes 3 and 4, and Street Machine A, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. So a little shout out to our sponsors for this weekend's event. The Langley Loafers have been doing this for a long time, all the way back to 1988, and they're very thankful for the support that they get from these following companies: BC Scale, Capit, Friday Gourmet Foods, the historic Dudney Pub, Lee's Market, SoCal Speed Shop, the Torchman Rod and Custom Car Club, Johnson Meyer Insurance, Richard Purcell, and TCS Products. Street Machine classes. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need Street Machine to the staging lanes, please. Street Machine Charlie to lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine C to lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine B to lanes 3 and 4. And Street Machine A to lanes 5 and 6. Breakfast is on at the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. So we had a little bit of an adverse weather situation yesterday that caused a cancellation of festivities. But that brings us to this. So a reminder for everybody, especially those in the staging lanes right now, give your car a little look over, any little nook, cranny that might be holding some fluids from yesterday. Please take the time to look things over. Dry it out if you can. Look for little rocks, pebbles. The cleaner we can keep the racing surface, the better. But yeah, so just a reminder, we appreciate the efforts made, and of course, every little bit helps. So please take a moment and do what you can. So as per the schedule, 3 rounds of qualifying took place on Friday night. So this morning we roll into what will be Q4. And while we did see some test passes for our feature classes on Friday night, they'll be officially making their first runs here this morning. Speaking of the Northwest Double B Funny Car Association, along with Pro Nostalgia. So our run order for this morning looks very much like this. We're going to be starting with Street Machine C, followed by Street Machine B, then Street Machine A will then roll into Street Classic Q4. Now, I don't have the class breakdown in front of me. We only run this race once a year, obviously, but if I'm to rely on my memory, which is always a little bit of a sketchy road to go down, I do believe we will take the top 8 out of Street Classic once qualifying is complete. and then have the split class being Street Classic B and Street Classic A for the top 8. Following Street Classic, we have Street Rod, then our Outlaw classes, Electronics, followed by Non-Electronics, then Flathead, Nostalgia Gas, Straight Axle, and then Door Slammers for their final round of qualifying. Then we'll have the Funny Cars come on up, followed by Pro Nostalgia. So Street Classic, you guys are on standby. Please be ready to go once we give you the call. So event t-shirts for sale. '26 Old Time Drags, brought to us by the Langley Loafers right here at Mission Raceway Park. T-shirts available over at the Loafers tent, or their headquarters, so to speak. They are located right behind, well, we'll call it the far end of the pitside grandstands. Speaking of which, the B&S Espresso Hut, located underneath the pitside grandstands. All manner of hot and cold coffee products. Great stuff. And those little mini donuts. So just in case you're wondering what's going on and why we're not running cars yet, well, we're having just a little bit of a computer issue, or, well, realistically, a sensor issue at the 1,000-foot mark. So the crew is hard at it, getting that taken care of, but it is holding us up just a little bit here. So see a little lineup of cars in line to enter the facility. That's always good to see. Hopefully have a little crowd in the stands before too long. We've already got a very happy fan in the small stands over here on the pit side of the racetrack. They're ready to go. So the Langley Loafer old time drags here at the River Valley Drag Strip. Shout out to River Valley Ford. So a once-a-year race, but rates extremely high in the cool category. It's not only a race, it's also a very cool car show that'll be taking place pretty much all day long over on the pit side along the fence. And it just gives the whole place a different kind of vibe. It's like going back in time a little bit. Tons of cool cars, lots of cool stuff to see. Plenty of people selling parts, somewhat of a swap meet going on throughout the pits. And kind of an institution, this race. It's been going on since, I believe, 1988. Started off in Ashcroft at the Eagle Motorplex. And then when this track opened in 1992, the move was made to host the race here shortly thereafter. And that's been going on ever since. I do believe I hear race cars. First pair, about to roll around the corner underneath the infamous Lordco Bridge. Here we go, Q4. It's Tyler Smith and it's G. Van Braar. Tyler Smith, the young man in the left lane. Fresh out of junior street, and he has been beating up on everybody in, well, the class of sportsmen. which here this weekend, Street Machine C very much resembles. The black 68 Chevelle for Zap Strap Racing and Gibson Transmissions. G. Van Braar behind the wheel of the C10 this weekend. G-Van gets there second, goes 12:19 at 110 miles an hour. Tyler Smith with an 11:57 at 115. Now Kevin McCauley, the 69 Dart. Left side of the racetrack. This car is for sale for anybody interested. McCauley with a nice light, solid on the starting line, goes 0:17. Jeff Holman, another C10, right-hand side of the racetrack. Turns it a little bit red, but that's all right. You want to get that out of your system during time trials and qualifying, because it doesn't hurt to go red then. Don't want to do it in eliminations, however. So Kevin McCauley goes just under 100 miles an hour, 1369 at 99.73 miles per hour. Now Kevin Jansen and Carson Barlow. Barlow in the right lane in another C10. Popular ride of choice this morning, or so it would appear. So Kevin Jansen, 0:65 to start off, then 12:26 through the top end. Now Colleen Davis and Dave Lieb. Dave Lieb. Blind Bay, BC, 72 Demon. Dave was having some transmission issues on Friday night. Looks like things have been rectified. Had some higher gears. Went 1483 at 93 miles an hour. Colleen Davis there well ahead with an 1178 at 115. How about a little Sunbeam action? Out for a Sunday cruise in the convertible. John Sayer in the right lane. Can't tell you how happy I am to see John Sayer out here this weekend. That man's had a little bit of a rough time of it in the recent past. So John Sayer goes 1185 at 112. The Sunbeam with a 2.27 60-foot time due to a whole bunch of wheel spin. Still manages to go 1272 at 117 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Eric Hansen and Terry Hoogstens. Terry Hoogstens, right-hand lane, 66 Nova. Hansen, tower side. And the little Dart. Hoogstens, red by 19 thou. Hansen is 036 on the tree. Then 12:02 at 110 miles an hour. Terry gets there ahead with an 1181, doing 115. Now Daniel Hawksworth and Gordon Machewski. 1968 El Camino. Lordco side of the racetrack. He goes 055 up front. Hawksworth in the Rambler, tower side, just drives away from him. Puts an 1136 on the reader board, doing 118 miles an hour. Majewski with a 1450 at 93 miles an hour. Now a couple of Mopars. Jordan Braun and Veronica Hodgson. Veronica, tower side. The 69 Dart. Jordan Braun in the 67 Satellite. Veronica carefully bumps her way into lighting the third bulb. Almost identical lights. 084 and 086. Looks like Veronica's going to get there first. And she does. 11.901 seconds, 109 miles per hour. Jordan Braun in the right-hand lane with a 1268 at 105. We go from a couple of Mopars to a couple of Fords. Brady Peterson out of Souk, BC in the 66 Fairlane. Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Mustang. Sean leads the way. Left a little bit early. That never hurts when you want to lead the way. So Peterson outruns him in the end. 11:46 at 118. Outruns him by way of ET. Langley actually getting there first due to the red light. Now Sylvia Hoogstens lines up beside Cassidy Langley, Sean's daughter. Sylvia with the better light, 068 to 092. Cassidy gonna get to the finish line first. With 11:51 ET doing 116. Sylvia, 12:01 at 111 miles an hour. Check out the left lane. I'm an old Valiant guy. Cool looking car. Now with all the tire tucked on up underneath that thing. Goes just 1173 at 110 miles an hour. Not a bad number. But just looking at the car, you'd think it'd go quicker. And that is going to put a wrap on qualifying for Street Machine Charlie. Here we go with Street Machine Bob. So here we go, Street Machine B, Maurice Blendham. Super stock Nova, Tower Side, absolutely gorgeous car. It's going to be Nova versus Nova to start things off. Jesse Jansen in the right-hand lane. 406 small block, looks like a couple of 4 barrels with a little hat on top. Maurice turns it red by almost a quarter second. Puts the better number on the reader board, 1044, 127 miles an hour. Jesse Jansen in the right lane, not far behind, 1064 at 123. Brad McLeod in the flashback car, right-hand lane. Colin Prima, the GTO, left-hand lane. 1 red light, 1 green light. Pontiac goes 10-14. Brad McLeod getting there second with the better ET, 1009. Sean Cheveliner. Interesting name, behind the wheel of a C10 Chevrolet pickup truck. John McLean behind the wheel of Falcon in the right lane. Does a nice job on the starting line. 013 his reaction time. then puts 1093 up on the board, doing 121 miles an hour. Sean off the gas before the finish line. Two more. Brian McLennan. Brian McLennan. The screen says he's from Roberts, BC. Would that be Roberts Bank? AccuTime likes to drop the second word in a two-word name. Sometimes we're left guessing. McLennan left lane 066, then 961 through the top end, doing 134 miles an hour. Walter Johnson with an 11:14 at 119. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Street Classic. Street Classic, come on down lanes 1 and 2. Street Classic will take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Classic, lanes 1 and 2. And we're going to give a standby call to Street Rod. Street Rod, please be ready to go. Street Rod, this is your standby call. Street Classic, come on down lanes 1 and 2. And while we're calling classes to the lanes, we'll just give everybody another quick little reminder to please make the effort to make sure your cars are clean and dry. You know, kind of like open up the trunk, open up your doors, catch any water that might be in the door jambs or around the trunk seal or anything like that. Anything that can bounce out once you let go of the button this morning. Any effort made makes a difference, and we very much appreciate it. Rob Monroe and Dave Carman. Dave Carman's in the right lane, wins the battle on the starting line, goes 036. Rob Monroe is 056. Quicker to the finish line as well with a 1013. The Rob Monroe's 1034. Good to see Monroe's Acadian back out here once again. Now Barry Patterson. Christian Thorsiston. Christian, right-hand lane. 1970 Chevelle, 496 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Patterson with a big block. Dodge, that is, 498 cubes. Couple of green lights. Both of them start with a 1 at the finish line. It is Patterson putting up the better number, 987 to Christian's 1085. So remember I was just talking about making the effort to make sure your cars are clean and dry? Well, yeah. That's what I was doing. You interrupted me. So as I was saying, Barry Patterson left a couple of trails of water behind him as he left. Hey, check this out. A couple of 1970 Plymouth Cudas. Ken Jansen and Manfred Ketterer. How cool is that? Jansen, 9.0200 seconds, 151 miles an hour. The Tiger Tool Traveland RV Cuda making it look easy left side of the racetrack. Manfred Ketterer with his gorgeous 70 Cuda goes 10:17 at 130. Ken Jansen was 0:21 on the starting line. Nice job. John McCartney now. 67 Falcon left lane. Watching Alvin Jansen drive away from him. Alvin Jansen in the 69 Dart. Big block motivated. Goes 10:09 at 115. John McCartney, 10:89 at 121. Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Acadian. Nice wheels up leave. Goes 10:21 at 131 miles an hour. Steve Scheffler was beside him in the 69 Firebird. Steve with an 11:12 at 119. Another big block dart from Jansen Racing. Bernie Jansen now. Ray Deeroff in the right-hand lane. The brown 70 Nova. Jansen leaves a little early by 17 thou. Then goes 10:40 at 129. Right-hand lane, Ray Deeroff with a 10:98 at 120. Brandon Jansen now. 65 Nova left lane, 10:58, 124. Keith Peterson was in the right lane. 68 Dart, he went 991 at 133. Now a couple of Mission regulars whose cars fit very nicely into this race weekend. Matt Warner and Rob Hodgson. Hodgson, the infamous 67 Satellite that you see in the right-hand lane. Matt Warner in the wheels up Comet Tower side. Love watching that little Mercury leave the starting line. Hodgson, very solid on the starting line. A 12 thousandths of a second reaction time. Warner turns it red by 35, then goes 10:42. Now Bob Rickey and Barry Siebert. Barry Siebert, right-hand lane. A 67 Valiant. Very cool to see that car back out on the racetrack. How about 921? At 147 for Barry in the right lane. Bob Rickey with a 1094 at 121. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for Street Rod. Street Rod. Street Rod, lanes 3 and 4. Street Rod, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. And Outlaw classes, this is your standby call. Outlaw classes, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Another reminder, please make the effort to get into those little nooks and crannies anywhere that might be hiding water on your race car, please. Again, we're watching the starting line crew out there with the mops. Any effort you can make would be very much appreciated, and you will be making a difference, trust me. So those of you in the staging lanes right now, those of you waiting for your calls, again, make the effort. Find the water hidden in your car so it doesn't make its way out on the racing surface. Dennis Winton and Brian Heffel. Winton Lost in Time, 1966 Bel Air. Goes 10:52 to get there second. Brian Heffel led the whole way down the racetrack. It was 1971 Vega, small block motivated, goes 9:34 at 143 miles an hour. Now Dean Fuller. This car could be some fun to watch. Oh boy. So with the driver's side front wheel way up in the air, the car kind of really wanting to make its way over to the right. Steering wheel wasn't doing him much good. Put it down, not sure whether or not he actually drove across the center line, but was forced to get out of the gas and wrangle it back towards the center of the left-hand side of the racetrack. Ultimately put a 12:51 on the reader board at just 85 miles an hour. So car capable of putting together numbers much, much better than that. Went 130 to the 60-foot mark. Now, not sure whether he was dragging that passenger front wheel low enough to trip the 60-foot beams or whether that was the rear wheels. However, with the wheelbase of a Datsun 510, it really doesn't make much difference. Front wheels are pretty close to the back ones. So we have made the call for Street Rod to lanes 3 and 4. Street Rod, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw, you guys are on standby. We'll be going with electronics first, followed by non-electronics. Outlaw classes on standby. Please be ready to go. So I told you to be ready to go, and now it is time to go. Outlaw Electronics, come on down lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw E, Outlaw Electronics, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. So this race for me is very much a steady stream of cars that really only see like once a year, maybe twice a year. So the Catch-22 Camaro left-hand side of the racetrack typically see this more than once a year, but not on the regular basis that we used to see it. Brandon Roos for G&L Electric, along with One Stop Auto Glass. Nice wheels up lead, left side of the racetrack, 032 to start off. Pretty little Pontiac in the right lane, John Vandeveen. The 68 Firebird goes 10:03 at 132. Brandon Roos getting there first, 10:50 at 129. Now Dan Parsons lines up beside Jeff Alder. Jeff Alder. So I'm thinking we've made our way up to Street Machine A. Alder turns it red by 22. Dan was good with an 014 light. The finish line, Alder there first with a 10:14. Dan Parsons goes 10:47. Hey, remember I was talking about the Langley Loafers? We'll be selling Old Time Drags event t-shirts over at their headquarters. Right across from B&S Espresso. Go check that out. Make sure you pick up an event shirt. But that's not your only option. Another option would be, DRI Racing is selling their t-shirts. DRI Racing, a newly formed race team consisting of, well, one of the cars we just saw go down the track, Ryan Isherwood. Left-hand lane in that wicked-looking 1967 Cuda. Just a little example of the kind of paintwork you can expect from Isherwood body and fender. And it was Isherwood up against Brad Powell. Powell, a regular here, obviously planning to do double duty, I'm guessing. Anyway, we'll probably see Powell back up along with the door slammers. Powell was solid on the starting line with an 021 light. And then I don't know what happened after that. He was 192 to the 60 foot, and that's nowhere near where he should be at the finish line. He was 1048 at 152 miles an hour. So none of that side of the screen makes any sense at all. Ryan Isherwood with a solid pass. How about 934 at 140 miles an hour? So now that it's a little quieter, I'll mention again, DRI selling some swag. They've got merch for sale. They are located, well, right behind the staging lanes. Very easy to find. Just look for that gorgeous Cuda we just saw go down the track, along with the Double B funny car. Now Warren Jacobson, our final entry in Street Machine Apple. Jacobson, a regular competitor with the Lordco Super Combo Series, also runs other classes occasionally. So on the 5/10 Pro tree goes 017 red, then through the top end without the use of a throttle stop goes 1030 at 141. Here we go with Street Classic. What in the world do we have in the right lane? So, had my mic on, you might have just heard us chatting up here in the tower. We're a little bewildered over what's in the right-hand lane. Little orange car. Andy Fisher is in the tower lane in the 1960 Chevrolet pick-me-up truck. Goes 1133 at 116. Here's a pretty cool looking pair. '57 Ford in the right-hand lane. I'm not a super Ford guy, but I do believe they were called Fairlanes in that era. Wow. Leaves pretty hard for a big car. Steve McEwen in a 1956 Studebaker wagon, a Pelham wagon. It goes 1299 at 103. Randy Kristen behind the wheel of that 57 Ford put an 1107 up on the board. He was doing 120 miles per hour. Joel Smith in this 55 Chevrolet. Not even remotely surprised that it would have a 6-liter under the hood. Love the stance of this car. He's got that nailed. And a 1950 Chevrolet in the right-hand lane, Bruce Bailey. Very cool looking car, small block powered. 1276 up on the reader board for Joel Smith, was doing 108 behind the wheel of the 55. Bruce Bailey with a 1394 at 98 miles an hour in the right-hand lane. Now a couple of Fords. Colin Moore, right-hand lane, the 63 fair lane. Connor Kampf. Little 64 Falcon left-hand side of the racetrack. One green light, one red light. Both of them started with a 1. Vic Senra. Senra, right-hand lane. 1956 F100 Ford pickup truck. 427 underneath the hood. Will Zork, tower side, rowing through the gears in his 1962 Bel Air. Regular with the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. Running in Street Classic here this weekend. Ryan Johnson, right-hand lane, split window Corvette. Nasty Fish Racing, Dave Bishop. Tower side, we got Dave Bishop in the 64 GTO. We're going to go ahead and make the call now for Outlaw Non-Electronic. Outlaw Non-Electronic. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Non-Electronic. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. One more time. Listen up in the pits. Outlaw Non-Electronic. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. And with that, we are going to put Flathead along with Nostalgia Gas Straight Axle on standby. Flathead and Nostalgia Gas Straight Axle, this is your standby call. Just a little heads up in the standby department, door slammers, you're going to follow Straight Axle. You guys should be getting ready to go as well. But for now, we're looking for Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics to lanes 1 and 2. So we just saw Jamie Roth and Jerry Brabander. Roth, a regular with the BC Super Shifters. Jerry Brabander, a regular in our hot rod class here at Mission. It was Roth to the finish line, behind the wheel of his 64 Comet in 9.95 seconds. Brabander with a 10:07. Now we got Dustin Hunter. Good to see Dustin Hunter back here on a regular basis. Goes 8.97 at 150 miles an hour behind the wheel of his 64 Falcon. Cordner in the 55 Studebaker goes 12.98 at 109. Norm and Wendy Fleenor in a couple of 56 Chevys. This is pretty cool. Well, things are not looking good for Wendy as they push her back. It's going to be a single for Norm. Nice 0.17 reaction time. And again, we're going to put another reminder out. All racers, please make the effort. Like I said, open up those trunk lids, reach in underneath the back bumper, all kinds of little areas like that that can actually hold a little bit of water that is quite happy to stay there till you stomp on the gas down here at the starting line. Then it winds up over on the racetrack surface. If you look down at the racetrack right now, at the starting line, you see the starting line crew out there with mops. They're having to do this on a regular basis. So most of this is avoidable. So I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but it is what it is. I'm going to keep harping on you. until we get this taken care of. So again, all racers, especially you guys in the staging lanes, right now, you're hanging out, leaning against the car. What I'm asking you to do is bend over a little bit. Make an effort. Like I said, trunk lids are a great source to hold a little water that'll wind up on the starting line. So open up the trunk, open up the passenger door, any place that could be holding water, make the effort to get it wiped out of there first. Thank you. Hey, Flathead, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flathead, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gas straight axle. Your call coming up momentarily. Be ready to go, please. Flathead, come on down to 3 and 4. Flathead to lanes 3 and 4, please. Taryn Monroe and Pete Conrad. Pete Conrad, left-hand side of the racetrack for Torchman Rod and Custom Club. Goes 1084. Taryn Monroe, meanwhile, in the right lane, goes 1191. $11.97 getting there ahead of a 12.06. That was Jack Stout getting there first in the 48 Austin. Now Larry Rodenheiser, his 46 Coupe. 9:48 for Larry, 139 miles an hour. Here comes Jerry Barron, another one of those cars we see once a year. Goes 14:25 at 97 miles per hour. Frank Egley, 1936 Chevrolet over there in the right-hand lane. .042 to initiate the pass. Through the 8th mile in 8.01 seconds. Quarter mile time, 12.74. At 1:02. Steve Thorne and Ted Buss. So Steve Thorne and Ted Buss. Ted Buss, right-hand lane. Little 34 Ford Roadster. Nice 023 light. Steve Horn leaving a little ahead of the scheduled departure time. With an 012 red light. Then 875 through the top end, doing 155 miles an hour. That just might be the quickest thing we've seen so far today, but there's much quicker stuff coming. Jordy Tabert Shailing Svetic. Shea Svetic in the right-hand lane in a dragster that is so suited to this event. Shea's a regular competitor and super pro here at Mission Raceway Park. That 1970 front engine dragster looks quite at home at this event. Jordy Tabert in a 51 GMC pickup truck. Shea gets there in 8.85 seconds. Jordy with a 9:26. Now Ken Jansen back up once again. For Tiger Tool International. Beautiful car. Shame that we seemingly only get to see it once a year. Jan Christensen for the Old Car Center and Chaotic Customs over in the right-hand lane. 67 Nova. Nova's out of power. Ken Jansen trucking along just fine, goes 905 at 150. Not sure what happened to Jan. Seemed to leave the starting line okay, but went silent very quickly thereafter. So they've opened up the exit gate for him. We're going to go ahead and make the call now for Nostalgia Gas Straight Axle. Nostalgia Gas, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Nostalgia Gas Straight Axle to lanes 1 and 2, please. So, door slammers, you guys are on standby. Call coming up momentarily. So we're going to make a final call for Flathead. Final call going out for Flathead. And we're looking for Nostalgia Gas in lanes 1 and 2. Nostalgia Gas Straight Axle to 1 and 2. Final call for Flathead to lanes 3 and 4. Brad Powell, 835 at 156. So as I mentioned earlier, Powell double classing, but I really doubt he's triple classing. So don't think we're going to see him back for door slammers. Bill Bolt, right-hand lane, 874, 154 miles an hour behind the wheel of the Camaro. Now Rob Monroe and Mike McMahon. Mike McMahon, right-hand lane for Boss Lubricants and Lordco Auto Parts. So Mike made the move to Edmonton a few years back. So this has turned into a car that we only get to see once a year, if that. So welcome back to Mission, Mike. Rob Monroe. Tower side in the little 1931 Model A. White Knuckle Racing. A carbureted blown small block Chevy. Wow, Rob Monroe having to pedal a little Model A to put the front end back down. Gets right back on the gas and puts 869 up on the reader board. Boy, the little Model A is happy this morning. 869, 154 with a pedal. Mike McMahon turned it red by 13th thou to start off. Then just about nails the Super Comp Index at the top end with an 892 doing 151. So you might remember a few pairs back, Jan Christensen in the Chaotic Customs Nova seemingly ran out of power somewhere around the 200-foot mark or so. Made the turn off. Now, fortunately, he's got a containment device because he did blow up the motor. So we're going to double check. Make sure nothing escaped the containment device. So we've got Ryan Isherwood coming up in the right-hand lane. Check out the paintwork on the DRI CUDA. This has always been a gorgeous car, but they definitely upped the ante a little bit, so to speak. Well, more than a little bit. All right. Good news. Track is clear. We are ready to go. Keith Winterbottom rowing through the gears in that 68 Camaro. He leads the way, goes 898. Ryan Isherwood right behind with a 956, doing 135 miles an hour. Hey, listen up the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers. That includes you, Rod Leclerc. Come on down. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for Canada West Door Slammers. Overflow will go into 5 and 6, but we need you to fill up 3 and 4 first, please. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call to staging lanes. Door Slammers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow will go into 5 and 6. Bob Love rolling through the gears in the 1967 Nova clutch car. How about 903 and 147 miles an hour? Things did not go Blair Criddle's way over there in the right-hand lane. Not sure what happened, but something definitely happened to the Ford-powered 27 Ford Roadster. Did the right thing, immediately pulled it over, got the car safely stopped. So just a little reminder to all racers, if you do experience some kind of, well, we'll call it negativity with your race car, the best thing you can do, get it woed up, get it stopped as safely as you, or as soon as you safely can, and get it pulled over the wall. If you are, in fact, dropping fluids, that's always your best option. If it turns out you're dry anyway, well, we'll help you get off the road, but you can save a lot of time by doing that. So it's just always a good thing to have at the front of your mind. Be present. So it looks like Blair Criddle, I'm going to guess the rear end's locked up. Car does not want to roll, so they're going to get it up on dollies. We'll get it out of the way nice and quick. So part of the tradition with the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags is, well, we've got the fine folks from Gasser Wars magazine hanging out with us.
Here's the car we were going to bring up, but it was raining.
So as I was saying, Phil Morris and Barbara Buchanan from Gasser Wars magazine hanging out with us this weekend. Welcome back to Mission. So we're getting Blair's car out of the way, which means we'll be back to the racing here momentarily. We have made the call for Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, we need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for Canada West Door Slammers, overflow to 5 and 6. Well, here we go with Flathead. This is definitely going back in time. Lee Grant, 1929 little Ford, Flathead powered, obviously, goes 10:38 to the 8th mile. That was almost 3 seconds quicker than Brian Betts in the right lane. In a 1932 Ford, he goes 13:15 to the 8th mile at 52 miles an hour. Now Joe Coughlin. Check this thing out. Cool looking little car out of Rimbey, Alberta. 11:18 at 60 miles an hour to the 8th mile. There's your flathead class, folks. Gary Misko in a 1949 Prefect out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Well, we think Gary's driving. Could be Katie. The Perfect Storm. Oh, Prefect Storm. Well, that's an easy misread to make. I'll give myself a little bit of slack there. Mike Mahoney's in the right lane. The 1938 Plymouth. Heavyweight compared to the Prefect. How about 10:51 for Gary Misko in the left lane, doing 124 through the top end. Mike Mahoney with 11:42 at 114. Now this is clearly nostalgia gas. Oh yeah. Couple of straight axle cars. It doesn't really get much cooler than this. Terry Crawford in a 1963 Acadian coming up right-hand lane, Lordco side of the racetrack. Factory wheelbase, who needs it? We're not paying any attention to that whatsoever. Altered wheelbase is the way to go, clearly. Same deal over here, tower side. Polera Pat behind the wheel of El Chupacabra 2. This is the essence of the old-time drags here at Mission Raceway. Nice wheels up lead for Pat. Trevor's going to lead the way down the racetrack. Puts the better number up there on the reader board. 10:07 Polera Pat with a 10:65. Ford Country. Terry Denome. The 1957 sedan delivery wagon, tower side of the racetrack. For Canadian Hot Rods magazine. Leaves very well for a nice big, for a big old heavy car. Jody Wilson was in the right-hand lane behind the wheel of the 55, goes 1082 at 122 miles an hour. Terry Denome getting there first, 1029, 131. Now the little assassin, Randy Kirk. Kirk, left side of the racetrack. Randy, a regular in the winner's circle. Behind the wheel of the red and white Bel Air. Jason Clement, driving the 1961 Falcon in the right lane. Puts the better ET up there on the reader board, Lordco side, 1032, 133. Kirk running in the TCS lane, 1061, 126. See the hard-working starting line crew down there. What are they doing now? Well, cleaning up some more water sprinkles. Next up will be Carl Jamieson and Sean Brown. Sean Brown out of University, Washington. Well, University something, maybe University City? I'm not sure. 1951 Chevy Coupe. 468 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Couple of carburetors sticking out of the hood. Got the American flag theme going on. Cool car. That with a bunch of patina. Jameson, tower side in the 57 Chevrolet. Called Reform School. So, trouble-free run for Sean Brown. Been having some front end issues, let's say, on Friday night. Seems to be happy now. Goes 999 with a 9. At 129 miles an hour. The numbers for Carl Jamieson, TCS side of the racetrack, were 1122 and 119 miles an hour. So safety out there, starting line crew, just giving the track surface a little bit of a rub, showing it a little bit of love before we roll in to what will be the final round of qualifying for the Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. So I do believe that they make the transition from breakfast to lunch at 11 a.m. I'm speaking of the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack, the concession stand. So what I'm getting to here is if you were planning to have breakfast, well, time is getting short. Make sure you make your way over there shortly. Hey, so we have a racer in distress. Racer in distress, we are looking for a tail shaft seal for a power glide. That's a pretty common part. Tail shaft seal for a power glide. Just come see us in the tower or go see Mike McMahon. So I'm going to maybe run out and grab a coffee, or like I was talking about breakfast, I'd be running out of time. Maybe I'll do that, and I will be back up here shortly, Mike. But for now, Mike Wone going to take over.
All right, guys, it's Mike Slick Wone on the microphone. We have Andy Hatton and Jay Siverston. Andy getting off the line nice and tidy, 49 thou up front, puts down an 829 at 161. Jay Siverston getting there a little bit quicker. 773 at $1.73. Mike Kenworthy and James Kennedy now. A couple of Firebirds. Mike Kenworthy in the left lane in the 92. James Kennedy in the 04 in the right lane. Kenworthy with a clean pass, puts down at 826 at 164 miles an hour. James Kennedy, hotter off the starting line, 10th thou up front, but ran into some issues right off the bat. Ended up coasting across the finish line. Poe Freeborn and Shane Ledger now. Poe's driving the 1967 Shelby GT500. Mean looking machine in the tower lane. He's got some help today with Comox Valley Excavating. Lined up next to Shane Ledger's 67 Nova. Tidy launch for Shane Ledger. Poe Freeborn going red by 4th thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Northwest Double B Funny Cars, you're on standby. Standby, Double B Funny Cars. Looks like a bit of issues for Scott Robinson at the starting line. Ken Christensen, the 72 Chevy pickup, left a little bit early. Across the finish line, 8:31 at 161 miles an hour. Well, looks like a solo run for Mike Bedsworth now. 019 reaction time up front, puts down a 707 at 192 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst up next for another solo run in the tower lane in the two-tone 55 Chevy. Stopping the timer at the big end with a 8:42 at 157 miles an hour. Next pair of door cars, Otto Schulte in the 2005 Cavalier in the left lane. He's got a lot of help today. Georgia Straight Collision, Hearing Life, Lordco, Odlum Brown, Associated Tire. And he wants to give a special thanks to Brian Ritchie for the engine repair prior to this event. Roger Winter in the right lane. Nice looking car attached to that spoiler. 1941 Willys big block Chevy powered unit with Jim Winter collectible car appraisals. Otto Schulte, tidy launch up front. 13th thou off the starting line, stops the timer at 7:48, 181 miles an hour. Roger Winter with an 8:21 at a $1.62. Mark Thompson now with a Marvel Racing 54 Studebaker in the left lane. Ray Rossiani in the 66 Chevy 2 in the right lane. .632 powered Nova, driving with Dexy Paws. Rossiani, solid tree, 2 thou up front, puts down an 8:22 at a $1.64. Mark Thompson getting there first though, 7:49 at 182 miles an hour. Craig Fredrickson and Paul Stretch heating up their tires. Craig in the 67 Chevy Nova in the Tower lane. Paul Stretch in the J-Body in the Lordco lane. And if you're in the market for a drag car, Paul Stretch in the right lane, that 2002 Chevy Cavalier, is currently for sale. Paul Stretch with Mid-Island Engines. Out of Duncan, BC. It's got a 638 in it. Gets off the line nice and clean too. 24th thou up front, 737 out back. At a $1.88. Craig Fredrickson in the Nova getting there quickest, 7:08 at a $1.92. Henry Zacharias in that mean-looking white C1. 53 Corvette body on that car with Zacharias investing. Lined up next to Paul Debris in the 66 Valiant. Paul driving with Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Trucking. Debris with a killer tree. 017 reaction time. Henry Zacharias getting there first though. 7:69, 165 mile an hour. Paul Debris stopped the timer with 8:39 at a $1.60. That was a healthy looking burnout by Jason Fields. 71 Chevelle in the right lane. He's driving with Ritchie Racing Engines, TK Performance, Green Light Auto Financing. And that car has quite a few green lights on it, actually. Friday night, the whole undercarriage was glowing green, and his nitrous purge every time he hit the button was a bright green nitrous purge. Pretty cool looking at night. Lane Woolley in the left lane in the 70 Dodge. 526 powered car. Both cars solid launch off the starting line. Lane getting there first, 8:35, 162. Jason Field, hotter off the line, 16th thou up front. Coasted over the finish line with an 1191 at 81 miles an hour. And in the last race I mentioned, Jason Field was driving with help from Ritchie Racing Engines. Well, here's the man himself, Brian Ritchie in the left lane, 1968 Chevelle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine C, come on down to the staging lanes for your elimination round 1. Street Machine C, come on down for first round of eliminations. As I mentioned, we have Brian Ritchie in the left lane, Chad Edwin in the 83 S10 in the right lane. Chad Edwin also supporting Ritchie Racing Engines today and Comox Valley Excavating. Chad Edwin getting there first, 767, 177 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie putting down a 786 at a $170. And that was Rod Leclerc that did that beautiful looking burnout in the tower lane. He's here from Victoria. Rod Leclerc in the 67 Camaro, driving with Ken Specialty. I want to say thanks to Andy, Joe, and Brenda Leclerc, and Tommy Coakley. Jordan Almas in the right lane. In that bright orange 1969 Barracuda with Driven Paving. Tidy full pull Rod Leclerc, 674, 203 miles an hour. He was 27th thou off the starting line, a clean run from start to finish. Jordan went red by 24th thou, put down a 819 at a $166. And that's a little dog with a big bark. That's Zach Joyce in his 1948 Austin. Zach Joyce in the 48 Austin, stopping the timer with a 814 at a $162. And that'll wrap us up for a Q4 for Door Slammers. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to this weekend's event sponsors. We got BC Scale, Capit, Fryby Gourmet Foods, the historic Dudney Pub, Lee's Market, SoCal Speed Shop, Torchman Rod and Custom, Johnson Meyer Insurance, Ryan Purcell, and TCS Products. Also, just a heads up, if you need parts, fan belts, GM Chevy engine parts, carbs, wheels, tires, good used parts, head on down to the swap meet. Lots of good older parts. Pop by and see Bill Wells and Jim Benke. By the Loafers Beer Gardens, might find yourself something that you need. Well, coming up, I wanted to extend an invite to you guys. August 7th is the Ladies' Night Drift and Drag. So we will have drag racing on the quarter mile. And then at the end of the track, by the finish line, on the tower side, there will be drifting. So drift cars sliding around, cooking tires, drag cars popping the front tires off the ground. On the east side of the track, always a good time. But because August 7th is Ladies' Night, ladies race free. So ladies, if you want to drive your car down the drag strip or do some drifting, you can drive for free. That event is in partnership with West Coast Car Girls Club and Car Girls BC, and it's sure to be a good time. Carson Barlow in the C10, Kevin Jansen in the 66 Chevy in the right lane. That's a 327 powered Chevy. Steel wheels and hubcaps, great looking car, but if you look closely, you'll notice that those rear wheels have been drilled out for a bit of beadlock action for those back tires. Not something you commonly see on a steel wheel and hubcapped car. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine C, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Street Machine C, your final call to the staging lanes. Eric Hansen now in the 70 Plymouth in the left lane. Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge in the right lane. Veronica Hodgson in the Lordco lane, driving with some help from Lordco Auto Parts today. Clean launch off the starting line, 042 reaction time, puts down an 1183 at a $1.09. So she was actually a little bit too quick on that run. Eric Hansen did launch a little bit early though. So Veronica Hodgson will be moving on. Her win light was lit up. Tyler Smith and Cassidy Langley now. Smith in the Chevelle, Langley in the Mach 1. Tyler Smith lighting up the win light on that one. Cassidy Langley running a little bit too quick, so Tyler Smith is the winner in that race. He'll be moving on to elimination round 2. David Lieb now in the 72 Dodge Demon in the left lane. Tony Caldwell in the 69 Plymouth in the right lane. One of these drivers with the advantage at the tree, and it was Tony Caldwell who takes the win on that one, 13:42, 101 miles an hour. Gordon Matejewski now. 1968 El Camino, 396 car lined up next to Terry Hoogstens in the right lane. Gordon, the El Camino, he'll be leaving first, 1468 up on his board. Terry Hoogstens, 1183. So Terry Hoogstens will be on the chase in this run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine B, come on down to the staging lanes. Street Machine B to the staging lanes, and Northwest Funny Car, lanes 5 and 6. So Funny Cars, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Street Machines B, come on down to the staging lanes also. Terry Hoogstens took that last race, 1185 on his 1183 dial. Sean Langley now in the Mustang in the left lane. Car number 428, and you'll never guess what he has under the hood. Daniel Hawksworth in the AMC in the right lane. Very similar dials for these cars, and it's going to be Sean Langley. Double breakout situation. Sean Langley broke out by a little bit less, so he took the W on that one. Colleen Davis now in their 65 Chevy Nova. Here from Enderby, BC, 1175 up on the board. Roger Freschel will be leaving first in his 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. Lots of wheel spin for Roger Freschel. Left 18 thou early, lighten up the win light for Colleen. Colleen won that one at the starting line. She did have a killer reaction time off the starting line. 008, 8 thou up front. She puts down at 12:31 at 103 miles an hour. And in the burnout box, a couple of 60s black beauties. Jordan Braun in the left lane in that black 67 Plymouth. 440 Mopar powered car lined up next to Brady Peterson in his 66 Ford Fairlane. And the Cleveland motor under the hood's doing a good job of heating up those tires. Brady Peterson with 1155 up on the board. Jordan Braun with a 1270. Brady will be on the chase. And it's Brady Peterson. Sleepy launch off the starting line, but he put down an 1156 on his 1155 dial-in. Jordan Braun, decent reaction time, but he went a little bit too quick on that one. Kevin McCauley now in the 69 Dodge Dart. Sylvia Hoogstens in baby blue, her 66 Ford notchback Mustang. 1370 up on Kevin's board. He gets his green light first. Sylvia Hoogstens on the chase. One of these drivers' reaction time was 3 times as good as the other driver, and it pays off for Sylvia. 1209 on our 1202 dial, 97 miles an hour. Steve Brown pulling into the staging beams right now. G. Van Brar in the left lane in his 67 C10. Nothing too spectacular going on at the starting line, but it's going to be Steve Brown in the 66 Plymouth taking it with a 12:52 at 105 miles an hour. G. Van Brar, hotter off the line, but ran a little bit too quick on that run. Back-to-back C10 pickup trucks. Jeff Homan now in the 1970 GMC. Chevy 350 powered long box unit in the tower lane. He's got 12:59 up on his board. John Sayer in the right lane in the 68 Dodge Dart. Win light John Sayer in a double breakout situation. Both vehicles went a little bit too quick. John Sayer, the lesser offender of the two, taking the 70 GMC out of today's competition. And that was a wrap for Street Machine C. Moving on to Street Machine B now. Sean Chevalier in the 67 Chevy. And a truck that is a single cab with a long box that has had quite a substantial haircut. Quite a roof chop makes that truck look even longer and lower. Nice looking unit there. Brad McLeod in the right lane. Way up ahead, 1063 at 99 miles an hour. Lighting up the win light for him. Sean Chevalier having a bit of issues there in that run, it would seem. Rolled across the finish line with an 1181 on his 1070 dial. The malfunction car, 68 Acadian of Mal Patterson. Nice, hanging the hoops, launch for Mal Patterson. He's on the chase. Bob Rickey in the Valiant left a little bit early on that one. Lighting up Mal Patterson's win light at the starting line. Manfred Ketterer now, 1970 Plymouth Cuda in the left lane, lined up next to Wilf Friesen in the 65 Fastback Mustang. Will Friesen leaving a second earlier than Manfred Ketterer in this race. Wilf with the green light. Manfred with the green light. Oh, but Wilf did not get the green light. He red lit. Left a little early. Manfred, tidy launch. 063 up front, puts down a 10-12 at 131 miles an hour. Jesse Jansen and John McLean now. Jesse in the Chevy, John in the Ford. One of these drivers substantially better off the tree, and it works in his favor for John McLean, putting down a 1093, 121 miles an hour on his 1091 dial-in. Keith Pedersen now in the 68 Dodge in the left lane. Brandon Jansen in the 65 Chevrolet. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Nostalgia, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. That's Pro Nostalgia, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Brian McLennan in the right lane in his 65 Falcon. Dean Fuller with a very similar launch to his last launch. That car is not wanting to drive in a straight line today. Lifting that driver's side front tire way up in the air, and the car peeled off to the right. He got out of it before he touched the center line. Not a tidy launch on that one. Ken Jansen and Colin Prima. Colin leaving ahead of schedule, handing over the win light to Ken at the starting line. Ken ran a 904 at 151 miles an hour on his 905 dial-in. Rob Monroe and Ray Dyrolf now. Couple of Novas. Rob Monroe in the left lane. Got some help today from Winter Harbor Marine, Horizon Paint, Gibson's Transmissions, and SD Performance. 1037 up on his board. Ray driving with Western Craft Racing. 1100 up on the Lordco board. Rob Monroe takes it on that one. Ray Dyrolf left a little bit ahead of schedule. The Acadian will move on. The Nova will be parked. Barry Patterson now in the 65 Coronet. 498 powered car, 984 up on his board. Chris Moretto in the right lane in the little H-body wagon. Always love a small car, big engine combination. 1089 up on Chris Moretto's board. Much cleaner leave for Chris Moretto, pays off at the finish line. 55 thou up front, 1091 at 119 miles an hour. And if you're an H-body guy, you like the little Vegas, 3 options from the dealership: a wagon, a notchback, or a fastback, or a hatchback, I guess. In the left lane, we have the hatchback version. Brian Heffel in the 71 Chevy Vega, 434 powered car. In the right lane, Maurice Blendham in the 68 Chevy Nova. 396 car leaving first, and Brian Heffel hands over the win light to the Nova. Both cars left a little bit ahead of schedule, but Maurice left only 4 thous ahead of the green light on that run, taking the win, 10.76 at $1.23.
Well, Mike, so things rolling right along here on Sunday morning. The old time drags brought to us by the Langley Loafers. Walter Johnson and Rob Hodgson. Couple of regulars facing off here in round number 1. Hodgson working on a 1060. He turns the win light on in a double breakout affair. Walter Johnson well under the 1110 dial in 1102. So it'll be Rob Hodgson in that 67 Satellite coming back for round number 2. That brings up John McCartney and Steve Scheffler. McCartney in a 1967 Falcon. Scheffler, right-hand lane, 69 Firebird. Win light on for John McCartney. TCS side of the racetrack. How about 1101 on the 1093 dial? Good enough. Scheffler actually closer to his number with a 13 on the 1111 dial, but was way behind on the starting line. Now Susan Fogier and Alvin Jansen. Alvin Jansen, the 69 Dart right-hand lane. Fogier, tower side behind the wheel of the Pontiac Firebird. Fogier, theoretically, should be leaving first, dialed in at 10:20. Alvin Johnson dialed 10 seconds exactly. Alvin Jansen turns it red by just 0.05 of a second. Much to his dismay, ultimately goes 993 at 134. So was well under the 10 flat dial. Susan Fogier is moving on to round 2. Who's next, Mike?
Well, we got Bernie Jansen in the 70 Dodge 440 powered car. Christian Thorstensen in the 70 Chevelle in the right lane. And it's gonna be Bernie Jansen. 1047 on his 1040 dial.
Doug Rumley, 67 CUDA, tower side in the TCS lane. Another one of these cars that are a once-a-year player, so to speak. Going to take on mission regular Matt Warner. Warner with the big wheels-up launch. You gotta love the way that Comet leaves the starting line. A couple of competitive green lights at the finish line. It is Matt Warner putting it dead on the 1046 dial to take the win. Doug Rumley gets to the finish line first by 49 thousandths, but is under the dial by almost 400ths of a second. So Matt Warner will be back for round number 2.
It's worth mentioning, Matt Warner just put down a 1046 with a 1 on his 1046 dial. Cannot ask for much more of a better run than that.
Barry Siebert now, the donut guy. He's got the Valiant back out. Good to see. Unfortunately for him, did not find success here in round number 1. Weston Glare in a big block powered Dart will be back for round number 2.
Dave Carmen for a solo pass right now. Leaving 5 thou early, puts down a 10-14 at $130.
So that was Dave Carmen on a solo shot. Scored himself the bye here in round 1. So he essentially had a free look at 10-10. Ultimately ran 10-14 to 130 miles an hour.
And that'll wrap us up for Street Machine B. And we're in for a real treat here, guys. Because in the staging lane, I see a bunch of funny cars. Some classic nostalgia funny cars with their bodies up in the air right now.
So I do believe the next class we're going to see come around the corner will be Northwest Double B Funny Car Association. Well, if they're still called that, I do believe they are. So Double B Funny Cars, basically top alcohol funny car the way it used to be back in the day.
Beautiful backup girl we have. Look at her.
So just one of the many cool aspects of the old-time drags here at Mission. We like going back in time. So we're going to have Double B Funny Cars coming around the corner. And check out the backup girl. She's making her way up track. Pretty cool.
She's got the really high gold boots. Is that Shelly?
So pretty cool display going on down here right beside the timing tower. Got the original Mr. Kite car, along with the Mr. Kite 2 car. A couple of historical cars from these parts. Maybe worth mentioning in that is, well, Rob Hodgson got through round number 1 in a car that used to compete right alongside these cars back in the day. So factory race cars. A couple of cars that have never been registered or insured to drive down the street as a street car. They've been race cars their entire lives. So, Double B Funny Cars coming up. We're going to take part in some opening ceremonies, some national anthems coming up before we roll into Double B Funny Car. We got Pro Nostalgia in the lanes right behind them. So, some very cool stuff coming up. For those in the stands and elsewhere spectating here today, I want to thank you very much for coming out to the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. We love having you. And a welcome to everybody watching the live stream as well on Lordco TV. Thanks for hanging out. So, very cool event. The Langley Loafers Old Time Drags here at Mission Raceway. So we got our first pair of Double B Funny Cars rolling up underneath the bridge. Check out the Berry Wine car over in the right-hand lane. Now, it's not a new car, but it is a new name, new paint, new team. Tyson Wells's old Corvette coming up right-hand side. DRI Racing. Daniel Rodriguez and Ryan Isherwood got together, put together this race team, acquired this car, and took them no time at all to get it back in full form, ready to go down the racetrack. And on its fifth attempt to go down the track, they went 682 at 194 miles an hour on Friday night. So that is a huge accomplishment. So big congrats going out to DRI Racing. We have Mach 1 Mustang coming up, left-hand side of the racetrack. They actually have a real deal Mach 1 Mustang as part of their tow car. So everybody, if I could ask you to please rise, remove your hats, and remain standing for the playing of the Star Spangled Banner. So stand by. We're experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty. So again, we apologize. We appreciate your patience. Sometimes all this new technology doesn't really pan out the way you'd like it to. Please remain standing for the playing of the Canadian National Anthem. Once again, everyone, thanks for your patience. We were ultimately able to overcome our technical difficulties. Here we go. first pair double B funny car, Royce Taylor. The Mach 1 Mustang Tower Side gonna roll up beside Dan Rodrigue for DRI Racing in the right-hand lane. Well, Sweet Berry Wine's got a pretty nice wine to it, doesn't it? Dan Rodrigue. Not shy about putting the hammer down for the burnout. Runs it way out there, pretty much half track before he got her woed up to start backing up to the starting line. But look, waste no time about it. So Dan Rodrigue with a long history in the class of X275 and ultimately decided to hang up his hat in that class, and in his own words he told me, I am drag racing for fun from here on in. I'm not going to do anything that could possibly cause me any stress. I don't need to stress about competition or anything else, where to find that next 200s. So he teamed up with Ryan Isherwood. They formed DRI Racing, put together a team, and bought this funny car, and here we are. Funny cars the way it used to be. How about this? Royce Taylor makes a full pull, 662, 211 miles an hour. So Dan Rodrigue was looking good early in the right lane. Ultimately was forced to give up on the run fairly early. So Rodrigue off the gas well before the 8th mile mark. Coast through the finish line, but how about a nice 662, 211 mile an hour pass for Royce Taylor and team. Well done, guys. Nice work. Hey, do you want to buy a funny car? Well, I just happen to know where there's one for sale. The Power Sports Northwest car is for sale. That beautiful blue 71 Cuda you see coming up in the left-hand lane, that could be yours. Ralph Hubert out of Chehalis, Washington. Going to line up with Jeff Wade. Jeff Wade in the right lane, or Lordco side of the racetrack. Out of Ephrata, Washington. Just want to encourage everyone to pay little to no attention to those very dark clouds coming in from the southwest. It's much better to look to the east. It's kind of bright and clear looking in that direction. Think positive thoughts weather-wise. So DRI Racing is located right up here at the top of the pits, right behind the staging lanes. They've got some pretty cool swag available. So safety, or more specifically race director, Wally DePerrin, just having a little look at the race surface before we fire the next pair. He's happy with what he sees. And so he gives the fire-up signal to our next pair. Ralph Hubert in the power sports car, left-hand side, the 71 Cuda. And Jeff Wade coming up right-hand side, the 1970 Camaro for Harder and Sons, Inc. A Heartbreaker 2. Sorry, Heartbreaker 4. So nice, Ralph Hubert takes the burnout out there a good 300 feet. Winds up at half track by the time he gets it woed up. Well, that's part of the show. 300-foot burnout isn't necessarily necessary, but it's a lot of fun. And it's what you race fans want to see. Nice job, Hubert and team. Both cars pretty much back here at the starting line now. Again, the Heartbreaker 4 car in the right-hand lane. 70 Camaro. Power Sports Northwest entry over here in the left lane. 71 Cuda. And, well, the cars have been given the order to shut off. I'm going to give you 3 guesses as to why. I actually have not heard anything official over the radio yet, but I think I would only require 1 guess. Well, possibly not.
Well, that was a bit of a tease. But the day has gotten quite a bit darker on the west end of the racetrack. And it seems as though it's going to be a bit darker for a little while here.
Well, remember I was talking about Royce Taylor in team with the Mach 1 Double B Funny car and saying that they've got the real thing as their tow car. Well, there it goes up the return road. Check it out. So I really hate to have to pass this on, but if you're out and about in the pits, my advice to you right now is you kind of run for cover. Apparently, we've got a little bit of a system coming in, and it's a little bit more than a little bit of a system. Things are about to get wet. So we can also, all racers in the staging lanes, again, hate to be passing on this kind of news, but you can probably head back to your pits for the time being. We're going to be down for a little bit. Now, great time to do some shopping. Get yourself some swag. If you have not yet done so, an event t-shirt from the Langley Loafers. It's got to be like step number one. Following that, I saw the Torchman Rod and Custom Club. They've got a setup located right beside the Loafers headquarters. They also have swag for sale. And I'm sure there's more than one race team that is selling swag, but one that definitely is DRI. They're located right behind the staging lanes. So hopefully we'll just get this shaken out of our system. Then we'll be able to resume. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Well, I hope everybody is staying dry out there, as dry as you can. Absolutely coming down sideways and bucketing down. What a contrast to how the day started off with the beautiful sunshine. We got real lucky for real long. Well, this wasn't the kind of break that I was hoping to announce this at, but every now and then I like to do on this day in racing history. So on this day in drag racing history, August 2nd, in 1958 was the first nighttime drag race in Des Moines, Iowa. It was held on August 2nd. It helped establish the city as a major drag racing destination, eventually leading to the famous World Series of Drag Racing, one of the biggest independent drag racing events in America. On this day in 1972, Brandon Bernstein, son of six-time NHRA champion Kenny Bernstein, was born. Brandon went on to become a successful top fuel driver himself, winning 19 NHRA national events during his career. Bernstein. I even wrote it down just to make sure.
Man, oh man, oh man. This is some serious stuff. I'm looking out here at the front of the tower at what I commonly refer to as the puddle of knowledge. And it's like the ocean of knowledge right now. Also just got sent pictures. The ticket booths are flooding. The water is rolling into the ticket booths. So the old time drags, brought to us by the Langley Loafers. As the t-shirts say, this is the 61st running. Now, some of you might be doing some quick math calculations in your head and saying, how is that possible? Given that we've also said the very first one took place in 1988 in Ashcroft. Well, for quite a number of years, there used to be 2 per year. Now you can see how the math works out. So interestingly enough, I think most of us got up this morning, looked out the window and thought, wow, this looks way better than what the weatherman was predicting. And that was the case for, well, the first almost few hours of racing. And then things took a rather sudden downturn. And I'm not exaggerating when I say sudden. But one thing that we are not in control of, very much so not in control of, and that would be the weather. Going into this weekend, the forecast, while not ideal, certainly had plenty of reason for hope. So right now we're experiencing rather about weather as worst as it gets. The weather took a rather drastic change, and it did so very quickly. It was sudden. Hopefully, everybody took my advice, ran for cover. Now, not all hope is lost. We're hoping that this kind of comes to a halt very quickly, because we do have a significant amount of water on the ground. At this point, we would basically be starting over as far as a racing surface. So we are at the stage where we need everybody's fingers crossed really tight. As that is really all we can do for the time being.
Well, earlier I did my little bit of on this day in drag racing. Mentioned Kenny Bernstein. Now, I gotta say, it's Bernstein. And in 1992, he broke the 300-mile-per-hour barrier. 1992, I was 4 years old, so I apologize. I was not quite privy with the drag racing, the current drag racing happenings. Got some more fun facts for you guys on this day in classic car history. 1947, Ferdinand Porsche was released from prison in France. After nearly 2 years in captivity following World War II, Porsche returned to Austria and soon began work on what would become the Porsche 356, the car that launched the Porsche sports car legacy, and a car that has been replicated by numerous companies over the years. If you could find an original one, they are worth a pretty penny. But a lot of companies took that simple bathtub-style shell and plopped it on top of a Volkswagen air-cooled powered engine. A lot of different guys made a lot of different versions of that car, the poor man's version of the Porsche 356, if you will. August 2nd, 1969, Bruce McLaren and Denny Hulme finished first and second at the Watkins Glen Can-Am race. The McLaren team dominated the event, cementing the orange Can-Am cars as some of the most iconic race cars in the late 60s. Fast forward to 1987. Michael Andretti won the Marlboro 500 at Michigan International Speedway at an average speed of 171.490 miles per hour, making it the fastest IndyCar race ever completed at that time. On this day back in 1952, Mercedes-Benz swept the Rhineland Cup at the Nürburgring, finishing first, second, third, and fourth, with Carl Kling leading the charge. It was another demonstration of Mercedes' dominance in post-war European sports car racing. Another racing fun fact for today, 1964 Honda entered the Formula One Grand Prix. At the German Grand Prix was its debut with American driver Ronnie Bucknam. Although the race ended in retirement, it marked the beginning of Honda's legendary F1 journey. Some fun non-car related on this day in 1873, San Francisco's first cable car made its debut. Andrew Halliday successfully tested the system that would become one of the city's most recognizable landmarks. Then in 1876, Wild Bill Hickok was killed. Legendary gunslinger Wild Bill Hickok was shot from behind playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. He was reportedly holding what became known as the Dead Man's Hand, a pair of black aces and black eights. Then in 1922, Alexander Graham Bell, name probably rings a bell, passed away. The inventor, widely credited with developing the first practical telephone, died on August 2nd at the age of 75. During his funeral, telephone service across much of North America was paused for 1 minute in his honor. Kind of interesting, and that's all I got. Looks like the precipitation is lightening up a little bit compared to earlier. Both tractors driving down the track right now, doing what they can. And far to the west, I do see a little bit of blue creeping its way between those clouds and a lighter looking sky. So let's remain hopeful. We're going to wait and see what happens with this weather. So we'll see. Stay tuned, guys. Stay hopeful. And I'll check back in with you guys in a little bit.
Well, our weather event continues. As I said, the what I refer to as the puddle of knowledge out here in front of the tower is now more of an ocean with its own tributaries and river systems and all of that going on. So the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack has got lunch on for you. We've got a special on today, a bacon chicken club sandwich. I hear it is very good. So it is still coming down, however, at a rate that has been drastically reduced. Definitely looking a little brighter out there. I'm not saying we're out of the water. We're still a long ways from that, but things are looking better than they were a half hour ago. Let's just leave it at that. So just remind everybody once again, there's plenty of cool swag options here this weekend. Starting with, of course, the Langley Loafers have event T-shirts for sale. But there's a number of other vendors, including the Torchman Rod and Custom Club. Their headquarters located right beside the Loafers headquarters. Also, a number of race teams have merchandise available, including DRI Racing, located right at the back of the staging lanes. Hoodies, T-shirts, hats, check it out. And of course, the Pro Shop here at Mission Raceway. Lots of very cool Mission Raceway Park and NHRA collectible items, T-shirts, hoodies, hats, all the same thing. Actually, some good deals available on past event swag. So it appears as though the water falling from the sky thing has officially come to a stop. Yes, and that's what we were waiting for. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for the Mission 500. So we're looking for nice, dry, clean street cars. I know they can't be dry. Never mind that. Nice, clean, non-leaking street cars to go up to the top end and run what we call the Mission 500. Basically, we just want you to make laps going up and down the shutdown portion of the racetrack. We won't allow you on the actual race surface, but we do want you up in the shutdown area. So anyone willing to help us out a little bit, that would be very much appreciated. So you can just head up to the top end of the track. If you have questions or concerns on how this actually works, somebody up there can help you out. So again, looking for volunteers to run the Mission 500. Looking for clean street cars to go up to the top end of the racetrack and make some laps for us. Just running your car over it with the hot engine and just moving the air around every little bit helps. So we would very much appreciate that. So now that the weather event, so to speak, has for the time being come to a stop, we're going to get right on the process of drying this place out. And so to help with that, we're looking for volunteers to run what we call the Mission 500. I see we got a couple of cars up there at the top end. What we'd like to have is more like 25 or 50 of them. The more we get, the better the effect will be.
Yeah, you can bring your own food. Yeah, I would recommend bringing your.
So I'm going to keep pounding on this. You know, we can't all just sit back and leave it to everybody else. We are pleading for help. We're looking for non-leaking streetcars, so clean streetcars to go up to the top end and run the Mission 500. We've got the tractors going up and down with the sweeper brooms. What we do is set up the broom at an angle with a little bit of speed and the rotating broom, push the water over the wall. That's always the game plan. But as far as drying out the shutdown area, we do that by running the Mission 500. So again, looking for volunteers, for people to take their streetcars up to the top end and make some laps for us. Hey, I see a bunch of cars in the staging lanes. Hey, listen up, you cars in the staging lanes. You need to head to the top end of the track via the return road. So follow the river up to the top end of the racetrack and you can enter the track there. We will not be allowing streetcars onto the racing surface back here at the starting line. So we're going to need you to pull a U-turn. We certainly appreciate your help. And yeah, you're going to have to make your way via the return road up to the top end of the racetrack. Basically, just follow that road along the river, and that'll get you up there. From there, you can find your way on to the racetrack and help us out by taking place or taking part in the Mission 500. Seemingly, we're getting a lot of volunteers down here at the starting line, so I want to be incredibly clear. We're looking for help to dry out the shutdown area of the racetrack. We will take care of the racing surface. We need you up at the top end in the shutdown area of the racetrack. So if you want to help out, and we would certainly appreciate you doing so, just follow the river, basically as far as you go, and that'll take you to the final turnoff of the shutdown. From there, you can enter the shutdown area and make some laps for us. We'll be making you pull a U-turn as you make your way back towards the starting line. When you get to the finish line, we're going to turn you around. Again, we're not going to have any streetcars on the racing surface itself. We need help with the shutdown section of the racetrack. So I see we've got a good number of cars up at the top end. Thank you very much for participating in what we call the Mission 500. Keep up the good work.
Wally, do you want us guiding them onto the racetrack? Well, guide them on the track and then just be out there and make sure
We're going for about till about 7 or 8, or maybe even later. We're still we only did one rotation, so we still have 2 or 3 rotations. Still quite a bit of racing left.
Check, check. So the drying process continues. It's been a little bit since we've seen our last drop fall from the sky, but the damage was done, so to speak. Lots and lots of moisture and water on the ground, so it's a little bit of a process to reverse that. But that process is well underway. So again, appreciate everybody up at the top end taking place in the Mission 500. Every little bit helps. So let's just hang on and wait.
What about over there on this grandstand? So you stand. This may not have been the best idea, but.
I think we can get it.
Oh no, I can hear feedback right away. Oh shit. You're okay?
Well, all right, folks. So the drying process continues, but in the meantime, we're going to have ourselves a little memorial. I'm here right beside the tower with Alan Edwards of the Greater Vancouver Motorsports Pioneer Society, and he's going to deliver a memorial for Sylvia Braddock. So I'm going to hold the microphone for you, Alan. Let's do this.
Well, thank you very much. I want to welcome everybody here, friends of Sylvia and her family, and certainly thank her daughter, Sean Braddock, for organizing this event with the help of the Greater Vancouver Motorsports Pioneers and a lot of other volunteers. Simply said, Sylvia was one of the nicest, kindest, and most generous people that I've ever met. I had the privilege of writing a story on Sylvia a number of years ago, a nice lady that stood behind the cash register at London Drugs, and if you asked her what she did in her life, she would tell you the most amazing story you had ever heard. Special thanks to Sean and her family again for organizing this and for you to show up in this rainy day. Sylvia was very important to a lot of us, and certainly in the realms of drag racing history, she kind of wrote the book, certainly for women in drag racing. Now a few words about her. Sylvia Braddock was North America's first lady of wheel standers. Was born in Winnipeg and moved to Vancouver at an early age. She was given a 1950 Ford Coupe, given it when she was a 16-year-old high school student, and the first thing she did is went down to Calvan and had a set of Hollywood mufflers put on it. And guess who put those mufflers on? A young guy named Stu Braddock, who would later become her life partner. Her first time on a drag strip was when a boyfriend asked her to take his 40 Ford Coupe down the Abbotsford Airport strip. Obviously, Sylvia liked that experience because she would go on to drag race a customized 1956 Chevrolet that Stu modified to go very fast. In 1958, and I think this is amazing, only Sylvia would do this, two 1958 Chevy Biscayne 348 tri-power four-speed cars became available at a dealership. They were ordered by a municipality as pursuit cars, and they decided not to take them, so along comes Sylvia and buys one of them to go drag racing. So I think about that, 1958 348 tri-power four-speed Chevy. Through the 1960s, Stu and Sylvia pursued their drag racing passion while raising 3 children and building Payless Auto Accessories into a thriving business on Hastings Street. In 1969, Sylvia took delivery of a brand new Pontiac GTO Judge, Orbit Orange, to go drag racing in something very, very special. They tore it all apart, modified it with speed equipment, brought it out to the track, and just tore up the track with that car. She campaigned that GTO all over the Pacific Northwest, drag strips up and down the coast. She ran the quarter mile in record time and built a name for herself as a lady in drag racing. Subsequently, she was approached by promoter Richard Schroeder, who asked her to consider moving up to wheel standing competition. That didn't take long for Sylvia to buy into that. There were only 5 male drivers that were licensed as wheel standers by the NHRA. Sylvia set out to become North America's first female wheel standing drag racer, and that's exactly what she did. To get her license, she had to complete 60 clean runs, and her last successful run, was at the Boundary Bay drag strip. And then Sylvia was licensed as the only female wheel stander. The Braddocks went to California to see wheel standers perform and bought the Dodge pickup called the Chuck Wagon that was campaigned by a man named Chuck Poole. What the couple did to modify that pickup truck would become drag racing history. Sylvia's wheel standing drag strip exploits up and down the West Coast became so well known that she inspired others, including drag racing legend Shirley Cha-Cha Muldowney, whose life was chronicled in the film Heart Like a Wheel. In short, Sylvia was Shirley Muldowney's mentor. Sylvia Braddock is in our Hall of Fame, the Greater Vancouver Motorsports Pioneers, early inductee. She was so important, she was one of our first inductees. And now Sylvia will make her last run down the drag strip she loves so much, courtesy of George Pappas in the Mr. Kite 2 car. Her daughter will scatter some of Sylvia's ashes down the track. Thank you, George, for doing this. And thank you, Sean Braddock, and your daughter Indira for giving this tribute to your mother, who is just one of the most amazing human beings anybody could have known. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Well, again, thanks to Alan Edwards and everybody involved down there. Beautiful tribute for Sylvia Braddock. So I got to say, the light breeze that we have is doing wonders. Still got a ways to go, but the facility is cleaning up / drying out quite nicely. So we're kind of at the point where I start thanking you for your patience, telling you how much we appreciate it, because we're kind of at that point where you look around, you take a glance, and yeah, it's pretty dry looking. But it's the small areas, the little crevices that hold water, that we need to get that taken care of. So in some cases, you see the machinery down at the starting line doing some scraping. Well, that's because where the rubber is the thickest, we tend to get water underneath it. So kind of got to start the whole process over when we see that amount of weather. But that process is ongoing. Lots of hard work taking place. And, well, we need the place to be drier than some might think. While, like I said, at a glance, things look pretty dry. It's the extreme corners of the track, what's closest to the wall, along with a lot of standing water that'll be taking place out in the pits, on the return road, etc. So again, I can assure you of this. The staff here is working hard to get all of this taken care of just as quickly as we possibly can. But we are a little ways away, to say the very least. So if you have not yet done so, got to get yourself that event t-shirt. Event t-shirts along with hats and other paraphernalia and swag available at the Langley Loafers tent, or their headquarters, located right behind the pitside grandstands. Not hard to find at all. In addition to getting your event t-shirt from the Langley Loafers, lots of other swag and merch options here this weekend. Located right beside the Loafers are the Torchman Rod and Custom Club. They've got swag available. A number of race teams also with merchandise available, and that would include DRI Racing. They're located right behind the staging lanes, right at the front of the pits. Hoodies, t-shirts, hats. Again, check out the Pro Shop. Lots of Mission Raceway Park plus NHRA collectibles. And I do believe there are some good deals to be had. Past event shirts and hoodies, I believe you can get shirts as low as $15 and hoodies as low as $40. Well, folks, I have great news. I've just been instructed to make the call for Street Machine A. Street Machine Apple, we're going to take you back to the staging lanes. Street Machine A, we're going to take you back to the staging lanes. So we have made the call for Street Machine Apple, Street Machine A. We need you back to the staging lanes. We're going to take you in lanes 3 and 4. All right. So it's random pairing for round 1, so you'll be directed into which lane you are to park in as you arrive. So Street Machine Apple, just come on up here to the staging lanes. Street Machine A to the lanes, please. So what I was kind of driving at is we are going to be avoiding the use of staging lane number 1 for the time being because, well, it's still a little on the moist side. So, and with this call to the lanes, so starting with Street Machine A, all drivers, however, you need to listen to this. So I was asking for all efforts to be made to dry your cars out prior to the little storm that we had. Well, now that's going to be just that much more important. So all drivers of everybody left in competition that's going to be going down this racetrack, please, please, please make the effort to find those crevices that'll hold water. We need everybody to make the effort. So, as mentioned before, trunk lids are a big offender. They'll quite often hold some water, and that'll just stay put right up until you're on the starting line and launch your car. So we were spending way too much time with the mops out there, mopping up after people would leave the starting line. So again, I cannot push this hard enough. We need you to really make the effort. So that may involve getting down on the ground, getting underneath, finding the little places where water could be pooled, and make every effort, people. Please, 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 to show up on the starting line with the driest, cleanest cars possible. That will certainly help a program that has now been delayed significantly. It's been about 2 hours since we've last run. So Street Machine A, come on down to the staging lanes. Street Machine A to the lanes, please. And with that, we're going to make a standby call for Street Classic. Now, Street Classic, you should be divided into 2 classes by this point in the day. Street Classic A will be our top 8 quick 8 cars. And Street Classic B will be the remaining cars in Street Classic. We'll then continue on through the run order, and obviously at some point we're going to be calling our feature cars back to the lanes. So again, at this point, we've already suffered significant delays to our day, so we're going to need everyone's cooperation. Please make your best effort that when your class is called, you arrive at the staging lanes promptly. And please, please, please make the effort. We need clean, dry, keyword dry cars brought up to the staging lanes. So, Street Machine A. We're looking for Street Machine A to the staging lanes, please. Hey, everybody, listen up. We've had a number of inquiries about whether or not we're posting ladders. Well, pretty much everything has moved to the app. However, we're going to go back in time a little bit, seeing as we're at the old time drags, and we're actually going to post ladders on the side of the tower. So if you're wondering about your ladder, you can just come on up here to the tower. And we'll have them posted outside at the base of the timing tower. So any class on a ladder, that's where you'd find that information. So we're going to make another call for Street Machine A. Street Machine A. If you have not yet heard that we're looking for you in the staging lanes, well, you got to pay more attention. Street Machine A, this is your final call to the lane. Street Machine A, you should be in the staging lanes. Street Classic, be ready to go, please. Street Classic, both Street Classic A, which is our quick 8, and Street Classic B, which is the remainder of Street Classic. You guys are on standby. Your call coming up here very shortly. So one more final call for Street Machine A cars to the lanes. If you're not there yet, well, you're very much so late. So the first car that we're going to see go down the track is actually going to be the Mr. Kite 2 car. The orange Cuda that we had parked here beside the timing tower. This will be Sylvia Braddock's last ride down the strip here at Mission Raceway. So we're going to make the call now for Street Classic A. Now, Street Classic A are the quick 8 cars in Street Classic. So if you're a quick car in Street Classic, you were probably trying to make the top 8. You probably get the drill. So I'm going to help you out here and read out car numbers that are our top 8 in Street Classic. So these are our Street Classic A cars. Car number 3163. Car number 777. Car number 6520. Car number 429. Car number 6831. Car number W609. Car number 56. And car number 18. So one more time really quickly, the following 8 car numbers are the cars that will be our quick 8 or our Street Classic A class. 3163, 777, 6520, 429, 6831, W609, 56, and 18. So if you've heard your car number called, that means this is your call to lane. We need Street Classic A to the staging lanes, please. Street Classic A to the staging lanes. And again, we're going to be posting ladders and information such as this at the base of the timing tower. Check out the orange CUDA, the Mr. Kite 2 car. Going to be making a, not a pass, just a leisurely drive up the drag strip, and at some point, after the finish line, they're going to be distributing some of Sylvia Braddock's ashes today. So this will be Sylvia's last ride down the drag strip. Sylvia Braddock, of course, part of drag racing history. Only the 6th person to ever be licensed by NHRA to operate a wheel stander, and the first woman ever to do so. So here we go. Mr. Kite 2 car. So it looks like they are going to stage the car up, put it in the beams, let the tree drop. And then it'll be Sylvia's last ride down the drag strip. Sylvia Braddock's last ride down the quarter mile. Lady that was a big part of drag racing history and folklore. Had the fortunate opportunity to meet Sylvia and get to know her a little bit. Was a great lady and a big loss for everybody here. Sylvia Braddock, everybody. Well, Mike, what do you think? It's only been about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so.
I think it's good to hear some engines fired up.
Absolutely. That is very good.
Hey, your body's gonna be Jan in the blue duster. He's the only
So Street Machine A coming at us, round number 1. Once again, our top 8 in Street Classic. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. Top 8 in Street Classic are the following car numbers: 3163, 777, 6520, 429, 6831, W609, 56, and 18. So, Mike, you're a body and paint guy. What do you think of this CUDA tower side?
I think that is a pretty sweet looking paint job. I don't know if you guys heard earlier, but that is a fresh new paint job on that car. It used to be silver and black. Now it's this totally wild, crazy looking paint job. Bright candies, love it.
So I'm just gonna throw it out there. Give me your best guess. Is the black that we see, is that part of the original black and they just started layering different colors on top of that, you think? Or did they really start from scratch?
My best guess would be the black is not the original black. In fact, I think the black was probably the last color to go on that car, as by my eye, it looked like there was a metal flake base, which takes quite a few layers to stack up. So the gap between the bright colors dropping down to the black would be pretty substantial unless you put like 15 coats of clear on it. So,
Gotcha. Well, there's a little play-by-play. Unfortunately for Ryan Isherwood, he turned it red, making Brandon Roos automatically our winner. So it'll be Brendan coming back in the Catch 22 Camaro. Now we've got Brad Powell and Jeff Alder. Jeff Alder in the Roadster, right-hand side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 10:14. Should be leaving second. Brad Powell dialed in at 10:49, making use of a throttle stop. Now I have a bit better of an understanding what's going on with Brad Powell's car, and he turns the wind light on, gets there first by 34 thousandths of a second to be under by 7 thousandths. Jeff Alder under by a bunch more than that. So Street Machine A, electronics allowed, contested on a 5/10 Pro tree. There's 2 more for you. John Vandeveen and Warren Jacobson. Jacobson, a regular runner here at Mission. Vandeveen, a part-timer. And it's Warren with the win light. Second time in a row, winner takes 34 thousandths at the stripe to be under by just a tiny little bit. So that was a double breakout win for Warren Jacobson, but it was much closer than the last one. Warren was under by 6 thou, John Vandeveen under by 8 thou. Now with the bye, Dan Parsons with the freebie. Goes 10:44 on the 10:48 prediction. Just like that, we're down to 3 cars in Street Machine A.
Dan Parsons, solid reaction time. 19 thou at the starting line. You'll notice on the quarter panel of the car, he's got Adventure Dan on there. Well, Dan has a YouTube channel, so if you want to get a little bit of an inside scoop, a racer's perspective on the happenings here at Mission Raceway, check out Adventure Dan. Recently put out a Junior Dragster episode. It was a good watch.
So, throughout qualifying in Street Classic, once we get to elimination rounds, we separate the 8 quickest cars, and they become Street Classic A. Here we go with exactly that. We're going to start off with a couple of pickup trucks. You get first pick, Mike. Who's going to get it?
Well, my son's name's Chevy, so I'm going to go with the Chevy naturally. But I say, you know, I'm a Chevy guy at heart, but there's a Plymouth, there's a Ford, there's a Mazda that I want, so.
Well, how about that for a stationary high RPM burnout in the left lane? So here's car numbers 18 and 56. The computer has decided to be a little stingy with the information. All we got is car numbers for these guys so far. Wind light on in the left lane. The Chevy took it. How about that? Was dialed in at 11:30. And 11:46 was good enough to get the job done. Hey, look at that. We got names with this pair. Randy Kristen, Tower Side. The 57 Ford dialed in at 11:10. Going to take on Jamie Roth. Jamie Roth, the 64 Comet for Shin Kicker Racing. So one of these reaction times about twice as good as the other. Jamie Roth already way out in front. Woes it up to a 10:02 on the 996 dial. Randy Kristen out of power and coasting.
Quite an aggressive, bouncy start for Randy off the starting line there. He got out of it pretty quickly.
And now Jerry Brabander and Ryan Johnson. Ryan Johnson in the black flamed out 63 Corvette right-hand lane, dialed in at 8:34. Jerry Brabander predicts 1070. Again, drying up a little bit of water on the starting line. We'll let that stand as just another reminder to all racers. Please, please, please do everything you can to show up to the starting line with the driest of cars. So almost 2.5 seconds will be the starting line handicap, with Jerry Brabander in the tower lane leaving first. Oh, Ryan Johnson turns the wind light on, dead on with a 5. Brabander getting there first by 25 thousandths, but in doing so is under by 26 thousandths. So Ryan Johnson coming back for round number 2. In an 8-car field, that's right, you're automatically down to the semifinals for round number 2. Now Dustin Hunter and Will Zorick. Couple of green lights, both of them start with a 0. Will Zorick out in front, goes dead on 11:05, but gets there second. So my mistake. Dustin Hunter was out in front by 22 thou, goes 899 on the 896, coming back for round 2. Street Classic B. Street Classic B. This is your call to the staging lanes. And again, seeing as we're a little behind schedule, we're looking for the utmost in cooperation. When we call your class, we need you literally to be standing beside your car so you can jump in it and turn the key and get to the staging lanes. We're going to need to make some time with the remainder of the day. So again, we need everybody ready to go, and also any effort you can make, please make it to get your cars clean and dry. You can see the starting line crew out there with the mops once again. Double B Funny Car and Pro Nostalgia. This is your standby call. Double B Funny Car and Pro Nostalgia. This is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Street Classic Bob, Street Classic B. This is your call to the staging lanes. Street Classic B, we need you to the lanes, please. Standby call for the Northwest Double B Funny Cars along with Pro Nostalgia. Street Rod, you're going to follow that, so you should be ready to go as well. So we're going to go ahead and make the call for Double B Funny Car and Pro Nostalgia. Double B Funny Car and Pro Nostalgia. This is your call to the staging lanes. Double B Funny Car and Pro Nostalgia. Please start making your way to the staging lanes. One more time. Double B Funny Car and Pro Nostalgia to the lanes, please. So just have it on very good word up here in the tower that Pro Nostalgia has thrown in the towel. Pro Nostalgia not going to be running today, so we'll amend that call and just make it a call for Double B Funny Cars to the staging lanes.
Dave Bishop took that one in his 64 GTO. Put down a 1237 at a $1.08 on his 1223 dial-in. Interesting car in the left lane. We couldn't figure out what it was on Friday night. We didn't have any information about it. Our guesses were Rambler, maybe some strange sort of Dodge. We didn't know. It is a 56 Studebaker. Fun fact about this car, I can tell they probably did the same thing with the Studebaker Lark, where there's little fins on top of the quarters, and that was a year change between the cars. They added fins to the quarters. Generally, they would hide it underneath a piece of trim where the seam was, but same body, different look. Steve McEwen was driving that car, put down a 1300 on his 1295 dial. Lit up the wind light on that run.
So Connor Camp actually had a sizable starting line advantage, but did not parlay that into a win light at the finish line. Now Michael Chudek taking on Tim Cordner. Speaking of Studebakers, just saw a wagon go down the track. Now we got a pickup truck. Tim Cordner driving the Studebaker pickup truck. Turns on the wind light. Goes 1272 on the 1270 dial. At an 069 reaction time. Well, Mike was actually to the finish line well ahead, but finds himself under what he dialed.
Colin Moore in the fair lane. Wendy Fleener in the 56 Chevy in the right lane.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street Rod, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Street Rod, we need Street Rod to the lanes, please. Street Rod, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3. So it was Colin Moore picking up the win over Wendy Fleener. Wendy not able to make her final qualifier this morning. Got real close, 1189 on the 1190. It was Colin Moore getting to the stripe first. Behind the wheel of his 63 Fairlane, so we'll see him coming back. Now Norm Fleener up against the little orange four-door over there in the right-hand lane.
That's the one I've been missing the whole day. And Guy Johnson don't have.
And the little orange four-door is our winner. Oh, Norm. Got to the finish line first by 0.8 of a second to find himself under the dial by 62 thousandths. Little orange car goes 13 flat on the 1259 dial for the win. Joel Smith now on a single. Scores himself the bye. behind the wheel of his 55 Chevy, turns it red by just 4 thou. So he dialed 1278 and goes 1281. Uh-oh. Don't see any rings in the puddle of knowledge. Well, according to the radio chatter, we are taking at least a momentary break here. So we will most certainly keep you posted. But for the time being, we're going to take a little break. Well, I really don't want to have to make this announcement again, but you might want to seek cover. Kind of looks like there's another wall of you-know-what coming at us. And the puddle of knowledge out front of the tower is showing little ringlets now. Well, took well over 2 hours to rectify the situation the first time it happened. And now here we are right back where we started. Well, pretty much. We don't yet have large standing bodies of water, but that won't take long. The wind is blowing pretty good. If you've got an easy up out there somewhere that is not secured, you might want to think about either securing it or getting it down as quickly as you can.
will be talking to the loafers, and we'll let people know through our Facebook and their Facebook page what we're gonna do. But we're done for the day.
What we're gonna do, like as far as payouts and.
Yeah, like we might end up doing this, finishing this race next year. Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, going to make what would appear to be the inevitable call at this point. We are done. So we experienced a monsoon a little bit earlier. Took about 2.5 hours to get things back to a race-ready state, and unfortunately that did not last long. So this is monsoon number 2, and this officially ends the race day. So, may leave a lot of questions for a lot of racers still left in competition as to what we're going to do, how we're going to proceed. Well, those details are not yet worked out. So you're going to have to pay attention to the track Facebook page, also the Loafers on Facebook, and the details are yet to be sorted out, but I can assure you of this, they will be sorted out. We will come up with a game plan, and you will be notified or made, or the information will be made available eventually, but at this point, I'm going to say thank you to the Langley Loafers for continuing this tradition here at Mission Raceway Park, the 61st running of the Old Time Drags by the Langley Loafers, right here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip of Mission Raceway Park. This is an event that is a both a fan and racer favorite for many, many. And unfortunately, the 2026 running of said event, well, the weatherman was not on our side. I guess that's all we can do. So, want to say thank you to not only the Loafers and everybody involved, but also the staff here at Mission Raceway Park. Lots of hard work, lots of effort, but some things are just out of our control. So, my name is John Tabak. We'll see you here real soon once again, but unfortunately for today, we are done. So for John and Mike up here in the tower, this is goodbye. What do you think, Mike?
Well, thanks, guys. We tried. Some things are just not in our control. So, tried to have a good day, had a few runs, but as far as me and John, we're wrapping up here in the tower. So, thanks for everything, guys. Over and out.
So again, lots left to the schedule here at Mission Raceway Park in 2026, but again, very much so, unfortunately, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags race is done for the day. So once again, thanks to everybody. Certainly appreciate all the efforts, and hope to see you back here real soon.